Ding ding. I'm running a few minutes behind. Just give me a second, guys. All right. Audio. That's up and running. How's everyone doing this morning? I did, Odoristan. I hope you did too. All right. Macy's, what about it? Buyout offer. At about $21 a share, roughly. Down. Okay, that was the right decision. SPX. So a little bit of put side interest built up on SPX in the overnight session. Not a ton, however. Um, so I think we'll kind of see how that shakes out here in the morning. I have a feeling we get pinned to 4,600, but we could also get pinned around 45.90 or 45.75 later in the day. Hmm. That's interesting. Those have different data. Okay. I'll check that out later. Um, Futures. Small bounce on support here from futures. That looks like it may get rejected as well after the gap fills, which it just did. All right, interesting. Yeah, that puts us at about 4,600 as well. I'm okay, Greek. How are you? Still sick. Still sick. Hence the gray. That's. I'm gonna leave the camera gray until I'm not sick, and then people will know when I'm no longer sick. Also, it's nice because when I put it in gray mode, I don't have to have as many lights on. Where the fuck did I put my eye drops? Ah, fucking Netflix. What's it doing? Bouncing, bouncing, dropping, bouncing. Fucking Netflix. It's a volatile stock, Thunder. As far as I know, RC has nothing to do with the deal to buy out Macy's. How's Beyond looking going into this week? Shit. That's kind of what I expect it to look like over the next few days. There's not a lot of covering being forced out of Reg Show right now. That'll pick up again. I believe it's on the 15th. So you think CPI is bullish for one more month? The projections for CPI aren't all that hot. Headline flat to it's probably going to come in at like 0 or 0.1. But core is probably going to be up this month. Remember, there's a lagging effect in the like oil price shock on core, right? And even though energy isn't part of core, the effect of rising prices in energy is usually felt in core and a lag. And so this month we're expected to see a reversal in the recent decline in core, and core is expected to come in hot at 0.3 or 0.4. What color will you be when you're not sick? Rainbow? Technicolor. Why is GameStop moassing? I don't really know if going up 40 cents is considered moassing. But okay. I have an interview in 20 minutes. I'm gonna big dick it. What does that mean? So we're diamond hitting these BYND 1215s. I suppose. I don't know. I closed mine last week. It was like a whole thing. I was like, I'm going to close these because I don't want to carry them over the weekend because I don't think Beyond's going to have any covering over the next 3 days. Nvidia didn't like the 475. I really thought it was going to go back up. It very well might still. Give it time to live its dreams. Don't judge it so harshly right out of the gate. Like the stream, not for Gherk, but for my own good fortune on this interview. Thanks, Carl. Good luck, man. Fortune. You know, the things. Don't beef it. It's probably a better way to approach it. Not upset. I'm starting looking a lot of OI for 40C this week. A lot of that's sold too. How's QQQ up with Mag 7 down? I thought the weighting was 169%. Not quite. It's 7 of 100 stocks in the Nasdaq 100. I'm gonna tell them I'm head shill of Pickle Financial. All right. Well, if they call me, I'll tell them the same. Keep studying the menu. That's all the hiring manager at Wendy's is looking for. Menu knowledge. Nice, Beef. We can't tell if Carl wants this job or not. I don't know if Carl cares. It's the ultimate time to do job interviews. And you don't need to. Do. Nice. Let's see. 4605. So SPX should have pretty decent room up to 4610, at which point it could get rejected back down to 4605. Ooh, is that today? Oh, okay. $5 trading range? Whoop. Yeah. Jimmy's borrow rising. It was dropping into the end of last week. I have no idea. No. Gamma Max for Jimmy? Oh, you poor desperate people. You think because Jamie went up 40 cents at market open, it's going to hit Gamma Max? Gamma Max is at 19. Delta Neutral's at 13.91. Do you think they're going to cover any TUP this week? No, it didn't look like they were going to. And it looks like they're still shorting it this morning. So, not yet. If I see that start to diverge again, I'll re-enter $2 calls. But so far it doesn't look like they're covering anything. They're still shorting it. They're still not dropping the price. Hopefully some liquidity further out than OPEX opens up this week on top. That was my biggest issue with both top and upstart beyond is that there wasn't a lot of liquidity on the chain past OPEX, and I didn't want to carry OPEX expiration options over the weekend. So if some of the call interest starts to roll out, and their liquidity opens up with a little bit more theta, I'll probably get back into them. Show up with Jenga blocks and recreate the scene from The Big Short. They'll either think you're a savant or special needs. This will get you a second interview regardless of the industry. Gherk sold the bottom is in. Some guy on Reddit that is a daily user on RBBBY. It's awkward. I was just thinking about how buying SRF makes them turn around and buy more uranium. Wouldn't the reverse be true as well? No, that's not how the fund works. Hey, Gherk, I had a great realization this weekend. Doesn't matter where you think it will go. Capturing profits while they're there is important. Yes. Yes. Just now? I thought you figured that part out already. Do you have any Fubo expectations this week? Not really, but they keep shorting it without dropping the price. They're shorting it? It's down? Looks like Russell's not really doing too hot today, despite everyone spending all weekend talking about how they were going to full port YOLO into small caps. Kind of unimpressive. There's must around 200x leverage on BTC. Oh, because you don't like money. And the profits are fleeting quite quickly. Yeah, they are. Especially when BTC drops 5% in 5 minutes. Are SPX calls so cheap because no one fucking wants them? Well, it's also because, VIX is really low. I just realized I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you did, as long as you love me. Thanks, crypto. That means a lot. It's not a cult. All right, I'll be back in an hour with either good news or a job. Shameful. If I sell, no buyer, MM buys it, redeems it, NAV drops. What do they need to sell to balance with NAV? But they don't. First of all, their rebalancing doesn't occur on that tight of a schedule. Um, Second of all, they just stockpile uranium, and when they get enough money, they buy more. Like they do eventually move that uranium out to the market, but they don't move it out to the market at a price lower than they bought it. Good luck. Follow your heart. Oh God. I'm gonna take a break. Ever since I did Big Dumb on Upstart 2 weeks ago, I've lost all my gains and went into the red. God damn it, Thunder. PDT ruined me the most, so I need to change my plan. I still have longer plays, though. Alright. You have a problem with staying in shit that you're profitable on without pulling back profits. So focus on that. Focus on taking profits and scaling out of your plays while you're up instead of turning around and getting burned on them the next morning. Do you think 44 45 bear call spreads on Upstart expiring this Friday? Bad idea. I wouldn't sell spreads on Upstart. It's too risky. It's really, and it's not even worth the yield that much. MES for PDT people? Yeah, you can use MES. Nope, all the GEX data is really wonky today. It is not just you. I would say that we don't have a lot of range at our current price. It's kind of like we test 610, 4610, or we fall back under 4600. There's a bit of a put ramp built to the downside now, 4595, 4590. That could drag us down, but we're currently nowhere near it. And obviously 4600 is huge and nigh insurmountable. I do not like this bear flag on Nvidia. Cat's doing okay today. Well, a little bit. Netflix is having a good morning. AMD's doing well. Seems like most of the Mag 7's kind of shitting the bed hard. With some support and breadth. Beyond fell. Top is holding $1.90, and Siri is slightly up. Interesting. It's all fucking distorted. What if I just switch the candlestick? That'd be so fucking weird. There we go. God, I love playing long vol into Monday market open. We can just keep teasing 4605. Yeah, yeah. This could get very boring until the auctions. Did I enter the video long too early? Not necessarily. I would just be prepared to stop. Because it is failing. What would have ideally been a reversal here is it's turning out to not be one. Netflix or Nvidia could drag back down to gamma neutral, which is like $5 below us. 463. So if it fails here, it could fail back to gamma neutral. Maybe it's a little higher now. Let me double check it. But I think it's 463. Mm. 450. Ooh, slid down even further. Interesting. Yeah, under 470 is a problem with Nvidia because Charm's negative here, so unless it starts to get a bounce, it kind of looks like shit right now. What do I have out here? Sold calls on Jimmy. Fixie's doing pretty good today. Ooh. Huh. That's weird. Is that just due to the spreads? Why is that up so much? Flat gang assemble. I think the cat getting followers on Twitter might be a bad thing. He may start a new cult. Possibly, yeah. You still in your Jan Palantir puts? I think so. I can double check. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Still up. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave those for now. Can't need to rush anything. Under 460 is a problem on Nvidia because 86,000 calls get pushed out of the money. Well, yeah. Although not as important as 470. Yeah, still not as important as 470. Well, 471. But yeah, 60, a breakdown at 60 would be pretty bad. GN's at 50, which it does like to bounce off of. Oh, look, we're going for 4610. Going hard for 4610. Why would I start a new cult? Your love of being worshipped. SPX bear trap. I don't really know if that's a bear trap, but okay. Yeah, I guess. What is the drag line on the chart? Buy in or sell out on WeBull? Wait, what? Are you talking about when you set a stop? When you set a stop, you can drag it around. When will you love me enough to let me in on the DDS TD? You've been a pigeon whale in the past when I've posted the DDS DD. But I can be worshipped here while you do all the work. Fuck. I suppose that's true. I've given you too high of a pedal stool. What time Wednesday is JPOW crashing the market? 2:30 p.m. Wake up, praise Zubab, feed secure water GPU. Nice. If Bloomberg is right and UTA doesn't hike, his next scheduled window would be in March, right? I think they have a meeting in Jan. That's my motto at my job. Be worshipped while others work. Rip Nat Gas. Dude, why is my entire Twitter feed right now is just nothing but Nat Gas bulls? And I don't understand it. I'm not sure if they're more delusional than people who buy BBBYRQ or bought it, but they're up there. They're like, don't worry, guys. The cold is coming. Elon's buying data from Discord and he heard you like Nat Gas, dog. I've never said anything about Nat Gas on Twitter in my life. Then what do if China keeps pumping money into a deflationary economy? That's a really good question that I don't have an answer for. Hmm. So choppy. This looks like shit, dork. Did you see the latest BBYQ copium? There are options chains showing up with OI on it on some brokers. I hope somewhere there's just somebody working at like the back end of TDA just fucking with them for fun. It's cruddy, just muddy and barely turgid. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Well, it's not popcorn. It's El Nino year. It's gonna be a mild winter, probably. But Nvidia dropped hard at open, but QQQ didn't. Why is that? The rest of QQQ's performing well? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Like all of the Nasdaq 100 is doing great except for the Mag 7. What mean? The pump is in breath. There are other parts of QQQ, believe it or not, yeah. I warned you guys about this when I said I was working from home on Mondays now. It's true, you did. Yeah, at some point today, the pump could move into the Mag 7. I would imagine if the auctions are favorable, we could see 46.25. If they're not, we could see 45.75. Well, the pump is on the indexes. Press indices flat up while meme 7 dumps. I mean, everything else has to go up. Yeah. What's down in the SPX? We could take a look. Besides the Mag 7, Zom, UNH, Lily. That's about it. Everything else is fairly flat or up. Consumer services seem to be doing good. Finance is holding up. Manufacturing. Commercial services aren't doing that great. Consumer non-durables are doing okay. Most of tech is doing well outside of the Mag 7, just not the Mag 7. Is there any reason Mag 7 is down? I don't know, probably because they pumped the shit out of it last week and people started taking profits. Are bulls running from Vega exposure at 45.95? I don't think they have a ton. Most of their Vega exposures at 45.50. There's a little bit at every strike in between here and there, but it's not like a shitload of it or anything. They seem to be getting it together a little bit. A little more call interest picking up at 610, 625. I think they try to secure 4610 before the auctions. Well, either that or we'll slip to like 4600 going into the auctions. Most of the prior auctions, the put interest has come in like started coming in like 30 minutes before the auction starts. So usually we've dragged down into the auctions. But yeah, maybe we see 4610 before then. We're pretty close. Is there any reason why Mag 7 is down? VIX up because they can't sell puts. Well, they can. It's just when they sell puts, they push the net long Vega, so it's not desirable to sell a lot of puts up here. I didn't say that auction would bump SPX to 4630. If it's positive, it could. Because there's 4625, not 30. Frankly, getting exposure to anything here is pretty risky, but people are gonna do what they want to do. Yeah, I saw Siri moving. QQQ 2.5% off all-time high. Same like free money era is back. Probably not. No. I mean, free money era is absolutely not back. It's kind of the same, like people really want it to be back, but yeah, it's not there. I actually bought another company. Yeah, they were in. Well, did they buy it yet, or are they still in bids to buy it? I'm going through the grief stages right now. Okay, didn't you sell it a higher than current price? Can Apple fall more? I'm about $200 underwater on my credit spread for this week. Yeah, it could. Did you sell 9250s? How are you $200 underwater on that? Did you sell them for 50 cents each or something? Is GME MOASSing? Don't you start with me, crypto. When are you thinking about re-entering top? Post OPEX? I don't know if it's going to be post OPEX. It might be sooner than that. I just want to see some covering. Right now, there's a lot of shorting, but there's no covering going on. So until I see that trend reverse, I'm going to stay away from it. You think it's time for another TLT rip? It hit its bottom 4-hour support. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with. Don't use technical analysis on TLT. Sold 187.50 and 190 a bit early. Okay. That's rough. SPX is doing a naughty slow grind up, just like Friday, just like my father before him. It's all we've ever known. Would you call me an idiot for buying SPX 4500 jam puts here? I mean, you're not an idiot for buying them, but it's risky. They're probably cheap as shit, right? Yeah, they're not very expensive at all. My big concern with them would be trying to hold them and waiting for something to happen. Like having them and then confirming something's happening, awesome. Buying them and then just hoping something happens, really fucking bad idea. Would you explain to me why we're here? Well, there's hundreds of thousands of options at 4,600, and then there's like tens of thousands of options at 4,610, and we're right in between those. So I'm going to be buying STX March 4000p. Then I'm just hoping something would happen. I mean, I assume on those that you're targeting a move up in Vega, so it's a mean reversion play. Right? That's, at least if you say it that way, it sounds fancier, you know? Nvidia's picking up some sell side volume. Big sell side volume. Glad I bought a poot. While watching Legends of the Hidden Temple last night, I had a market premonition. It's coming. I don't know what that is. I just buy things and I hope they go up. That's pretty much my MO. It's a nice strategy. Yes, you do, Gherk. No, I don't. You don't know what Legends of the Hidden Temple is? Stop the stream. No. We're watching it together. I don't want to. Butterflies on M at 21 worth anything? Don't. You're better than that, Ben. Right. No, you should be. They just proposed the offer. It hasn't been tendered or accepted, right? So it could be renegotiated. The price can change. Definitely not something you want to sell butterflies on. Nvidia supported delta neutral? Don't tease me. That's like 450. That'd be a $14 drop. I think maybe somebody just accidentally sold some puts there, you know. It's a Nickelodeon classic. A Kid to Double Dare. Oh, shit. Okay. I know it. I know it now. I didn't have TV when I was a kid, but I know what you're talking about. My friends had TVs. Legend of the Hidden Temple is like the best Indiana Jones movie ever. You know what I used to watch a lot because I would get it on it was on like PBS was Carmen Sandiego, like Where in the World is the Carmen Sandiego game show. Costco puts to consider after earnings or unstoppable freight train. You could. I mean, I think Costco's really overpriced right now, but yeah, you could. It could just be risky though. Boomers love coming and buying the dip on that fucking stock. Usually when it corrects really, really hard, or it doesn't correct at all. You didn't have a TV as a kid either? I thought I was the only one, aside from siblings, who shared that experience. Yeah, we were poor. So, I mean, eventually, as I got a little older, we had one. I think when I was like 8 or 9, but not cable. Only my friends had cable. I had like a Sega and a Nintendo and rabbit ears. I don't think I had cable till I was like 11 or 12. I was 14 when we got the first TV in the house. Nice. Fun fact about Carmen Sandiego, sometimes the maps were outdated by the time the show aired because of the Soviet Union collapsing, and the maps changing pretty much weekly. Interesting. Not to brag, but I grew up without electricity in an outhouse for 18 years. You have hookworm? Have you gotten tested for hookworm? Did you have a favorite VHS you wore out? Hmm. Favorite VHS. No. Well, I did watch Dragonheart excessively there for a while. But that movie was dope. That's on Amazon puts. They might not be bad, although you may have missed the entry. I really want Nvidia to drop like $5 more. So I can actually make a profit on this fucking position today. I guess I should put a stop at break even though. Gross. Okay. Well, that doesn't look particularly bullish. All right, Dork. I'll see you soon, man. Oh yeah, I used to watch. I had both Ace Ventura movies. Ace Ventura got a lot of the original one, not Ace Ventura 2. Although I did watch Ace Ventura 2 probably more times than anybody ever should have. I still argue that the scene where he crawls out of the rhinoceros's ass is one of the funniest scenes in comedy. Ever. Like, most of the scene sucks, but just the part where he pushes his head out and his hair's all fucked up, that's hysterical. Bumblebee tuna. I watched Beauty and the Beast over and over, and in hindsight, it wasn't a great choice. I did like Beauty and the Beast when I was little. Belle was the best. When his finger comes out first and explores a bit. Lumiere was pretty dope too. I don't remember Belle being Latina. She wasn't. Although I suppose they could always remake the movie. Gaston was hot. I had a cassette version of The Land Before Time and some Disney classics. I can't watch Land Before Time. Greg, serious question. When VIX 30 again? Not today. They did? Still not Latina. Huh. Ain't nothing had the thickness quite like that teapot. Oh, God. How dare you talk about Angela Lansbury that way? It's it's Mrs. Potts. I never saw Mr. Potts. Any reason for the gas gap down? Like nat gas? I mean, supplies are fine. Winter looks like it's going to be warm. Cabo lockup period expires tomorrow. Full porting. My imaginary kids either get orange peels or orange peels for Christmas. Because even if I win this play, I intend to lose everything by Christmas. All right, man. The 1989 earthquake happened. We were watching The Land Before Time. Cray. Hmm. I always cried when Littlefoot's mom died, even I consent. Later, I found out about the horror of Decky. Yeah, that shit's disturbing. Really dropping 1K on GME. You could just change that to losing. How dare you question her assumption of a husband to protect her child's respectability? I mean, I'm just saying, I think she was a single mom of like 50. It's not that she hadn't been around the block. It was just, you know, maybe she'd been around the block alone. Don't tell me, don't ruin Ducky for me. Wait, you really don't know? How? Would you, did you live in a cave or something? Chip was Beast's illegitimate child. I mean, you can Google it. I'm not going to talk about it. I haven't seen that movie since I was 3. Don't ruin my life. I just found out this year that Land Before Time was George Lucas movie. Yeah, he made a lot of crappy movies. What's the next Nvidia resistance? 460? Yeah, 460 and then 450. I would let Miss Frizzle explore my body. Alright. You know, when I was a little kid, I had a friend who I was like super into Liz, the lizard. And like he was attracted to the lizard. I don't know why. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. Oh god, I looked it up. Ah, see, you shouldn't have done that. So like popcorn trader, I dressed up as the lizard like 4 Halloweens ago. Your friend a furry now? I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him since like 4th grade. You always did have dubious taste in friends then. He was by far the weirdest kid in class. I remember one day he had like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and he stepped on each half of it and then put it back together and then ate it with his shoes, with his like walking in the city shoes. Holy fuck, this is boring. Let's be real though. Meg from Hercules kickstarted my puberty 5 years early. Huh. Raw. He stepped on it raw on the floor. He took it. It was out of the bag. He wanted to get jelly and peanut butter on his shoes. Someone in my Boy Scout troop would wrestle himself and lose, and would put enough mustard in his mouth to kick off the gag reflex. Weird, dude. That's pretty fucking strange. If you're bored, you're not leveraged enough. Buy more out of the money options. It'll make the adrenaline rush. Interesting. Do I want to stay short Nvidia here? Is this gonna fail? Yeah, there's really there's not a lot of upside. Oh god, this is gonna be our whole day. Oh, stopped out. Okay, well, at least I broke even. Well, they start pumping Mag 7 and we'll grind up to 46.15 by the end of the day. It looks like we're going to test 10 here. Or try to. It's all fun and games till some dipshit sells puts again. No love for Robin Hood on VHS. That was pretty good. I had that. Have people never seen Roger Rabbit? Jessica Rabbit? Ooh wee. Okay, listen. Roger Rabbit is not a children's movie. You can't show children that movie. That's fucking disturbing. It's like a serial killer that melts people in vats of acid. My rabbit apparently ran away with a whole wall of one of the gingerbread houses, and the kids were destroying last night. He was eating it in the basement. You just have rabbits running around your house? Batman the Animated Series? I don't think the majority of Pickle Jar had attentive parents. I'm just saying. Fair. Let's try to get close to talking about Rule 34. It's already hard trading. I don't need to be hard trading too. I saw Robert Drew Rabbit as a kid, and the villain reveal at the end gave me nightmares for months. Yeah. My parents let me watch Roger Rabbit and Starship Troopers when we were super young. Maybe that's why you're so fucked up now. You want to know trauma? Watch the movie Grizzly. I watched a bear hug a man until his guts spewed out of his mouth at the drive-in when I was 5. Popped him like a gusher, huh? Assuming nothing meaningful from this week or Japan, can SPX really just slow grind up from here without a pullback? I mean, in the worst possible way, yeah. Thanks, Star Room Studios. I haven't been popped like a gusher since that one night that led to all this child support. Oh, the mask was good. Yeah. My parents didn't let us watch PG movies until we turned 10. Those were the rules. I saw Braveheart on my 10th birthday. 11th? 11th birthday. I think it was my 11th birthday. Yeah. My mom's excuse was it was historical, which it absolutely wasn't. Jumanji made me scared to go to zoos until I was like 10. Reasonable. Jumanji Jumanji made my siblings afraid of Nigel Thornberry. Jumanji made me terrified of hardwood floors. Can we break down here? Sure. Gap up on feuds. Is it though? Where? It's not a gap up. Ridiculous. Are your siblings interested in trading at all, or are you the only one? I don't think they are. My son's been watching Lion King since he was 2. I forgot about the middle part, which I was able to skip for 6 weeks before he caught me, and then I had to work on my explanation for that. Yeah. TDA shows it on ES. On what time frame? Have you heard any Nikkei news on BOJ rates? Not since they last said that Yudo was gonna move to a positive rate soon. Single dad, 25 years ago, I moved to an old house with my 8, 9-year-old daughters. First night we watched Headless Horseman, then turned off all the lights and ran around scaring each other. Good times. That's nice of you. My parents put on the Brave Little Toaster and locked me in my room. Brave Little Toaster movies are fucked up. Well, the first and second one are. Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars wasn't that bad, but Bitcoin dump. Predictions on the auction? The 11:30 one? I don't know. I'd say we could probably get a tail on the 3-year. I would say we're most likely going to get a tail on the 10. Well, Iron Giant was just sad. Looks like we got a breakout to ES 4616-ish. 4615. Should be like 4612 on this. Seems like Fubo's getting shorted with all the liquidity. I mean, Russell's down today, so yeah, they're taking advantage of it. We kind of suspected Fubo might go back under 3 this week. It looks like it's not too far off. Was that Chucky when I was on TV? I was looking through channels. The part where the family pops out of the back of the minivan with nails in their head made me scared to ride. I never played Battletoads. I had Aladdin. I guess they don't really need to sell puts to pump it. Well, there's already quite a lot of calls at 610, so no, they don't need to do much. To get it higher than this, they might need to. But so far, we haven't seen a lot of the put interest that was open last Friday pull back. It's still there. But yeah, not a ton of put selling yet. I'm not Persian. Any love for Ariel and the original Disney Little Mermaid? No, no. I liked Hot Ursula and Sebastian. I couldn't stand anybody else in that movie. Do you still have the severe fear of closets, Milkman D? Golden Axe on Genesis was peak bikini armor, Drake riding side scroller. That game was awesome. Fuck off, Atomic. Time to go back long Nvidia? Maybe. Or it's just a bait. I don't know. I don't like the multiple rejections. I think I could buy back in long for cheaper than I got out at, but yeah, but risky. Super risky. It doesn't really get bullish momentum unless it moves back above 70. So I probably wouldn't fuck with it. Not at these prices. Your brother comes to you and says he's interested in trading and asks you to help mentor him. What do you do? Hand him a copy of all the books I tell you guys to read and you never do? And then help and mentor him. Little Mermaid is a great litmus test for how mature someone is. Basically, do they agree with Ariel or her father at the start of the movie? Interesting. Ooh. Alright. If they start selling puts, we'll go down, right? Yeah, yeah. If they sell too many puts, it'll flip the market makers hedging. As long as they keep buying calls, it's fine, right? It's just when they stop buying calls that it becomes a problem. Can this break down to below 4605? Sure. Why not? What pullback? I never said there was going to be a pullback. I just said that we are likely going to be stuck between 4600 and 4610 for most of the day. Some puts may come in before the auction. You could watch for that. I meant more in general. I told you last night what the best chances are. We have CPI, Powell, SLD, OPEC's expiration, and then UTA. If the market gets through that unscathed, go long until Jan. You got a red day last week. You're just greedy. That's your problem. You can't just have red days all day, every day. You'd run out of market. When was the last time SPX is this overextended? I don't know, like 2014 or some shit. How do you independently view live call buying put selling? You can't. Hear me out here. Just buy calls or puts, depending on the price action. That's fucking crazy talk, Baradactyl. I don't have any open positions. I closed everything this morning. Okay. Interesting. Thanks for the, if you think it's going to go up by a call rant a few days ago, it's good to go with the flow and make profit when you can. That's literally the purpose of trading. Will Yuta throw down his hair and let us climb up the ladder of his love? Maybe. When SPX closes at 4,200 end of year, will you issue a public apology to Tom Lee? No. And it won't. It's way too far. I thought the purpose of trading was to time the market crash. No. Having exposure if one were to happen. Awesome. Timing one. Never. I thought the purpose of trading was to make sure Hedgie's families all go to Disney once a year. Well, yeah. How high is the range now? Roughly the same. I'm doing my part. Awesome, man. So Nvidia got rejected again. Although it did try to do a little breakout there. SPX is kind of running out of upside momentum. Maybe I'll get a put. That's expensive. What the fuck? Hmm. Iron Condor, a terrible idea? Might not be a very good one. The 10 o'clock auction can fuck you a lot. I'd at least wait till that's over. Gonna get a fill on this shit or what? I should have just overpaid for it. I'm good, so I'll just think of trading badly as sponsoring some rich kids. Yeah. Ah, shit. Here we go again. What did you do, Carl? My ads are interesting today. Using cannabis responsibly and protecting protection dogs. Okay. Watch me onto a face ripper today now that Pickle Jar got a calls for the week. Well, there's not a lot of force covering on it for the next 3 days. Not that it couldn't rip, it could, but didn't seem worth it carrying calls that we're gonna get stuffed. Is listening to Iron Butterfly a bad idea? I don't know who that is. Under 50% likes versus watchers. Hate watchers again? Maybe. If you guys could, drop a like. Big help. Fun thing. Gork, gork, gork. What do grocery store near me decided not to sell chocolate oranges for Christmas? How will my kids know we're poor? Just find a different grocery store. I unliked and reliked to unlock liquidity. Get them some Palmer candy, and they'll know they're way poorer than getting chocolate oranges. I don't even. I mean, I don't even know what that is. That's what the fuck is Palmer candy? They make peanut brittle. Their candy looks delicious. Oh, maybe there's another. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see the poor shit you're talking about. There's two different Palmer candies. Gross. Beyond's doing a little bit of a thing here. Yeah. Um. Bunch of call interest fell off on Friday. Delta neutral moved up to 11 though, and the forced covering on FTDs, like there's a little bit today, but I think the rest of the forced covering on FTDs doesn't really pick up till like the 18th. Yeah, the 18th. So today has about 141,000 forced fails that need to be covered, and then it's like under 200,000 all the way until the 18th, and then it's 400,000, 400,000, 3/4 of a mil, and then 4 days of a million, a million, a million, from the 21st to the 29th, 27th. Where are you getting these numbers from? The fucking thing you sent me. Please go back and say a million, a million. uh, Goodbye, Upstart, and good riddance. Yeah, Upstart not having a great day today. Delta neutral on GME. $13.91. Boom, $200 on a 4610 put. Stock God. Carl, I'm gonna say it again. I am repeat after me. I am sell side only. Stop trying to blow up your portfolio. I'm a scalping wizard. No, you're not. Your performance has already proven that you are in fact not a scalping wizard. That was a quick interview. Carl was busy trading the whole time. Oh, goddamn. I need the 4590s above 1. I told them I only need the job to pay for 0 DTEs. They said, respect. Now, clearly you were interviewing at CBOE today. Or was it CME? Where do you see yourself in this company in 5 years? Hold on, my booty toot is about to prawn. Is recency bias a big hindrance to being successful? I held LPTV for weeks and sold on a small profit. It's 3x since then. Fuck my life. Caring about positions that you've already sold is a big hindrance. Yeah. Kenny's gonna call me for the second round interview. As far as I know, Kenny doesn't like hiring anybody that didn't go to the top 10 school. Did you go to a top 10 school, Carl? How big of a shill are you? Top 10 in what? Not chugging bottles of wine. Well, now that I've locked in all of Carl's profits, I can wait to make the rest. Fine, I'm getting another put. No, that's not the answer, Carl. You win. I know. I've made $100 so far today. Nice, man. I hope this 10-year auction rugs the bulls. I'm not playing SPX for the rest of the day. Maybe $50, 20 minutes before close. I might play the second auction. Although I think the puts that were coming in for the first one at 11:30 are kind of already here. So we may not see a lot more movement. Like we could get the test at 4,600, but probably not. There's a 3-year auction, a Treasury auction at 11:30, and then there's a 10-year Treasury auction at 1. I've lost $700 today over trading. Okay, Beyond still not doing much. We'll get Fubo. No, I don't want to play that. What's Nvidia doing? Ooh, Nvidia broke 60. That's bearish as fuck. Do I want to play? So risky. Resistance at 603. Nah, I don't want to fuck with that. How's Netflix looking? Super blown out. Well, that is a reversal. So I'd like to see if Netflix breaks 475. Nvidia's moving back to the trend line. Tesla kind of looks like shit. Still hasn't dropped enough, but it's looking worse. I don't want to fuck with Nvidia here. Like losing 60 is kind of a big deal, and if it lost 50, it could go down really hard, but the range in between the two is questionable, and it can bounce back really hard if people pull back short calls at 60. So it's, yeah, big risk. How'd you lose? Hmm. All right. Is VIX just out of the loop? No. It's stable. And there's not really any sold puts up here. So there's nothing to push VIX higher. Not until we get down below like 45.90. Thoughts on shorting AMD right about now? I've been looking at it too. I think it's still too soon. Might not be a bad time for sold calls. And then you can just kind of sit on the credit, but you may want to wait still. It's definitely above Gamma Max, which historically doesn't last forever, but yeah, I might take the safer route and then confirm the breakdown at GM, then go short. I don't think I've owned AR in forever. It's been a really long time since I've owned it. Do you still own DDS? No. How I have in the money covered calls on. I'm not sure what my adjusted cost basis is, but I sold calls at 35 and 40. Those haven't expired yet. They expire in June. The 40s expire in June. Sorry, the 35s expire in Jan. But I haven't closed those yet. And then what was the other one? BP? I still have a little bit of BP left, I think. But my cost basis on BP is really low. That's in a different account. Hold on, I gotta try to find that. Uh, yeah, I still have my BP. Adjusted cost basis is 22.55 now. I have like 3,500 shares left. I'm trying to find the trade for AR. I don't even remember when I closed it. It's been such a long time. Yeah, I don't think AR was ever a long-term hold. It looks like I only had calls on it. Looks like I bought calls on it September. It looks like I bought calls on it on September 6th. And then I sold them on the 14th. $20.22. That was just like an in and out play. Or at least I don't see anything else on my other accounts. Do you think there are broader implications to BTC dumping? Possibly it could be a signal of risk off. It's dumping pretty hard. Trading and drinking is a dangerous game. Dare me to sell 4,400 calls for June. No. What's Siri doing liquidity wise? I have no idea because I'm not monitoring it, but it's bouncing pretty hard today. I don't have the I don't even remember the fucking all right, give me a second, Dave. I gotta look some shit up and then I can tell you. Looks like there's a little bit of covering going on. I don't think it's anything substantial yet. But yeah, a little bit of covering here under $5. It could turn into something more substantial. Win Boyle entry? I don't think there's gonna be one this year. The BTC dump was sweet last night. Made enough to buy an overpriced bathtub. Well done. Oh, okay. No problem, AJ. Where's Tesla going? I don't know, but it's still not under 230, so I don't want to short it. It looks like it's going down. I mean, but it's far from breaking any of its relevant trends. Shorting here might be profitable, but it's very risky. M's up bigly today. They got a buyout offer yesterday for $21 a share. Beyond's looking kind of cute. No, not really. It's actually kind of sucks today. We'll see if more call buying comes in, but there's not a lot of forced covering on it for like 4 more days. I have no tail in 5 minutes. 46.30 before the next auction. Not 30. Maybe 25. If there is a tail, maybe 45.90. Then back to 4600. I'd stay away from it. What do you think? Tail? I mean, it's the 3 years, so it's hard to tell. I have no idea what it's going to print. It's not a ton of duration. But, like, I don't even know what spot on the 3 year is right now. Yeah, I'll let you know what spot is before the auction starts. There's a New York Fed survey this morning? Or was that consumer inflation expectations? Oh, consumer inflation expectations. 3.4% against the forecast 3.8. Is 1 year ahead inflation lowest since April 2021 at 3.4 versus 3.6 in October. Labor market views were muted. 5-year ahead expected inflation unchanged at 2.7%. 3-year ahead inflation unchanged at 3%. November year ahead expected rent at 8%, down from 9.1 in October. Expected rent lowest since 2021. November year ahead expected gas prices 4.5% from 5%. Survey respondents see moderate earnings growth. Moderating earnings growth, sorry. Prolonged higher interest rate environment in North America could result in lower debt recovery levels over the next few years. Not super exciting. The Fed bids 1.4 billion on the 6-month bill, and the Fed bids 0 for the 3-year. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that NatGas dropped and UGI stayed put? It's a good thing, right? Hey, UGI was up last week. Is it not still? Down a little bit today, but still up overall. Well, at least from where I bought in. Not much, but up a little. I mean, the cool thing about them is they're a utility, right? So a little more defensive than just straight up natural gas exposure. And most of their natural gas exposure is still like in the pipeline, right? As they move to build out those like renewable nat gas pumps. I think they're like pumps. Well, let's just call them facilities. I dated a girl who let her 9-year-old watch Walking Dead. Is she a future serial killer? No, but her mom's just like probably kind of abusive. There's the auction results. So 3-year printed 1 point 0.16 tail on a 50 billion auction. So there should be a spike in vol there. Bid to cover on the 3-year, 2.42. Versus the previous 2.67. Ouch. Yeah, so 3 years pretty illiquid. That's not a good sign for the 10-year and the 30. Although the 3-year is a bit of an oddball, but still not a great sign. Engage the buy the dip program. We can't drop below 4,600. We can drop to 4,590 and then bounce back to 4,600. Although there's a pretty good chance that we hold 4,600 on futures, which is, well, I guess that's like 95, but down goes TLT. Yeah, yields moved up. If I DM you a song I wrote for our 1-year anniversary, we read it on stream. It won't fit in this chat. Not necessarily. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I'll read it, but I may not read it out loud. You sound sad. No, I'm just still sick. I just feel like shit. Thank you for writing a song for me, Tenderized Loins. That means a lot. Grak, is Hang Seng fuck? It's not doing well. China's got some pretty serious problems. Huh. But you look great. Thanks, Spirit Axel. He looks pale, like all the color's drained out of him. Can you explain the relationship between SPX and ES, please? Like, why isn't the difference between them always the same? Because of time. So over time, the spread between them narrows due to the expiration. That has to do with the forward convexity, right? So you have SPX, and then futures, and this is the roll, and this is the open. And then the next one opens, and so on. Can you explain time? It's relative. Speaking of ES, when are we flipping over to the March 24 contract? Oh, for the charts? When the December contract expires. I'm not a big fan of fucking moving into the roll early. I hate that shit. Is that a Head and Shoulders? Or are you just happy to see me? Careful, if you blink, you might miss our test of 4,600. Bounce to 4,610 incoming. Not necessarily. But we could probably get another hour or two of chop. Well, hour and a half. I generally agree with the past two contracts. They've been rolling forward early. I mean, it doesn't matter though, right? The pricing's all relative anyway. FIBA's down 5%, so 10 cents then. It's down about 15 cents. I wonder when the super stonkers holding $15 GME calls for this Friday are going to sell them. So don't buy zero DT calls or puts on SPX then. If we're just chopping the rest of the day. I mean, it's not that there isn't money to be made, but it's risky. Yeah, it's we're definitely range bound. Assuming there's not normal market behavior, how much more lame than this will SPX be once banks have to have 75% of their deposits under their mattresses? Well, you don't have to worry about that until 2025, but it'll be pretty lame. Hopefully, then, though, we're like moving more towards some kind of recovery, right? Like an actual recovery. Yeah, I made some money on zero DTE options, but not a lot. The range just sucks. I sold my GME calls a few days back at the top of the run. Me too. And a lot of my GME as well. The best part was like the day after everyone found out I sold my GME, they were like, "Good job selling the bottom, Pickle Man," and the price has done nothing but go down since, which is I love it. Hopefully, but JPAS in action might have already fucked us for the next decade. Possibly. Yeah. Nobody kills a run like our Gherkin. That's not true, Ryan Cohen. This market is like trying to hold a volleyball underwater. I feel like it's kind of the opposite, but whatever the opposite of that would be. Trying to hold a rock in the air. No one knows, but probably also DFV. Yeah. A game of keepy uppy? Yes. Top loaf. One day, Nvidia is gonna make me money. I imagine the last day. I'm trying to keep a rock in the air by blowing on it. Yeah. Hey, at least they're trying not to sell too many puts today, you know? VIX looks pretty low to me. Well, it's higher than it was last week. The puts they sell to like crush VIX aren't the same as the puts they sell to get leverage. I mean they are, but it's the zero DTE puts that they can't effectively sell when we're above 4,600. And that's the one those are the ones they need to really pump up their gamma. You're selling them, gave them all the liquidity to short GME. All your fault, $15 call bag holders. I mean, they could have sold their calls when GME was above Gamma Max the first, second, and third time. It's only because of the weekend effect. You know it. Oh, by the way, yeah, this is week 5 now of going long VIX futures Friday at close and making money market open on Monday. That's what I did. Fool me 80 times. Shame on them. But this time I sold correctly. That's what I did. Easiest money ever, wasn't it? This market's like buying drinks for the hottie at the bar, and then they end up leaving with the bartender. That's because when you buy the drink, the bartender goes over to the hottie and he's like, "This is for you on me." And then like you know that part where the bartender points at you? What the bartender's actually saying is, "You see that guy down at the end of the bar? He's a sexual predator." I know this because I used to be a bartender. And then that guy waves, confirming that he's a sexual predator. Facts. I too used to bartend. That's where you learn to keep it trim, huh? Do you ever make a bunch of trades, barely get out with a small profit or loss, then just think about the tax paperwork that has to be done and then feel even more sad? No, I have an accountant. That's his problem. Moral, deliver your own drinks. Probably, yeah. Why are you not in butterflies yet? That's an excellent question that I'm not prepared to currently answer. Because the auction at 1 o'clock could disrupt our price level. It probably won't, but it could. Because a stranger delivering a drink comes across as much safer. Does it? Slash ass. I mean, if you're a woman out alone and any man offers you a beverage that they have handled outside of your purview, you probably shouldn't fucking drink it anyway. But or don't be a creep and go ask the person if you can buy them a drink. And Dave nails it. This is why you're so successful in life, Dave. The moral I've learned is to never buy a girl a drink at the bar. I was roofied once in college on accident. That was a horrible experience. Why do people say on accident? That's a horrible experience. Just, it's by accident. Also, why did you roofie yourself? 1 second. Holy shit, it's cold out. All right. So he can take advantage of himself later. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I said on accident by accident. I roofied myself for science. Good to know. FYI, Gherkin didn't sell his GME. He bought more. Source me. Nope, incorrect. He's doing it by purpose. Do people still approach strangers in public? I thought that's what Tinder was for. Must be the same people that went to Blockbuster in 2007. I mean, that's not all it's for. All right. Well, I'm still here. The guy forgot my tea. I didn't even notice. He could have kept it, and I never would have known. Carl stole your tea. He tried. Okay, tenderized loins. Gherkalicious definition. Make the pores go loco. They want his pickles so they get their pleasures from the DD. You can see him, you can't squeeze him. It's not easy, it's unwieldy. He's got reasons why he tease him. Picks just come and go like Stefan. Gorkalicious, so delicious. The cat is so promiscuous. And if you were suspicious, centaurs are not fictitious. I pick winners, moi, that puts them pores on stock. They be lining down the block just to ghost what I got. 4 trace 2 uno. He's so delicious. He's hot. He's centaurlicious. His hooves go clop. He's so delicious. They want to ghost all that he's got. He's Gherkalicious to tasty. You don't have to read this if you don't want. Thanks, Dad. But I did. I'm pretty sure those are just the original lyrics. I said on accident, by accident, or maybe the reverse. I was born in Missouri. Don't judge me on my grammar, please. It's a miracle I'm even verbal. I'm not popcorn. Don't worry. A lot of people say on accident. I think the majority of the population says on accident, but I've never understood why. Like, not only is it grammatically incorrect, it doesn't make any sense. Also, weird generational thing calling bars a hole in the wall. These people out there just saying things without thinking what they mean. Huh. Why did I have to unmute during that? I don't know. I once roofied at this place called Pickle Jar. Woke up with a handful of zero DTs I don't remember buying. Management wasn't any help. It's like putting something on God. That almost makes more sense. Because you wouldn't say by God. Well, you could, but it's kind of a different meaning. One of my biggest pet peeves is Americans saying addicting instead of addictive. You know what my biggest pet peeve is? Going to elementary school in England and then coming back to America and having to spell color without a U. That was bullshit. It's gray with an E. I think when they call a dive bar a hole in the wall, it's just a nod to the condition of the place. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really think it's any kind of like glory hole connotation. You have enough money to spell it with a U now? Gex data is back to normal. Oh, no, I haven't looked at the one that was fucked up. Wow, what a fucking fun day of closing between 4600 and 4605. I don't know. Maybe the auction will ruin everything and we'll close below 4590. Hearing on accident gives me a twitch. Thank you for educating the masses. That's what I'm here for. We call holes in the wall glory holes where I'm from. I saw something really funny about glory holes the other day. It was just like a shit post somewhere. I can't remember it now. Do you ever buy zero DT strangles on SPX? Rarely. There are occasions, but not in this kind of volatility environment. Vol's way too low. If vol was above like 20, I might buy 0DT strangles. Bad form, Lawrence. Bad form. Was it the UK hen party traveling to Amsterdam and a member of the group getting reintroduced to her father? No, no. Although I did see that one too. I'm not a connoisseur of glory holes. No, it was like on some like Ask Reddit thing, and it was some stupid topic like Ask Reddit always is. Like, what was your most embarrassing sexual encounter? And this this dude was like, I was I forget what country he was in, but he was in some other country, and he was like, I went to this place and they had glory holes, and I walked up to the glory hole and I just started going to town, and then I heard the moaning on the other side of the wall, and it sounded rather masculine. And so when I got a chance, I stood up and looked around the corner, and I realized the dick I'd been sucking belonged to a dude. It'll dawn on you guys in a minute. Literally just to your dad. Welcome and also goodbye again. Better hope nobody clipped that audio. I don't care. Just dudes being dudes. I made a joke, but now I'm down a rabbit hole wondering why it's by accident but on purpose. You know, you could solve the problem by using accidentally, because that's the word that's there to fix the issue. You ever did the Sunday hot tub stream on Twitch? Would you tag it as hot tub stream to get mixed in with all the hot tub streamers? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. With the 3-year printing a tail, the chance of a tail in the 10-year has increased. Yes. Pump into the auction here. Looks like a little bit of one. It's not, I mean, this isn't like a very dramatic pump. We're still very much in the same fucking price range we were, right? Buy on accidentally. I think the by accident and the on purpose refer to intent, right? Like an accident doesn't happen It's not pre-planned. I still don't know who Amaranth is. I think a collab with Amaranth would be more productive than your others anyway. No, accidents happen by purpose sometimes. On purpose. Didn't affect price much. We didn't even test 4,600. If the 10-year one, which is far more important, prints on what range do we have? 45.90 initially, yes. Below 45.90, we could start to fall into like the greater concentration of options on the chain, which would put us closer to a test of 75, I think. Genius hot streamer who makes millions off simps. I need a bigger audience. Buying a 1 DTE QQQ 392p just before the auction be dumb? With a 10% stop ready, it could print, right? It could. You could also get stopped out and then it prints. So that's the risk you'd be taking there. I heard you sold your GME. I still have 5% left. Is it dead to you now? Pretty much. Surprised to see Nvidia inverse SVX. It's pretty simple. The call selling at 45 or 475 this morning just crushed the fucking price on Nvidia. And then the level it fell to doesn't have like a lot of call side support. It's much harder as a dude, Gherk. You need AI hottie waifu avatar? No, I don't. I just need my rugged handsomeness and general charisma. Thanks, Pterodactyl. The big brain does it. Yeah, I just need to find a large group of sapiosexuals. They're always the best. It's the food knowledge for me. You should stream this on Twitch a few times to really show people how bad ads can be. They won't complain about one or two when they get hit with 8 to 9 ads in a row. Oh man, I thought Twitch would be the solution to getting rid of the ads. That sucks. Haha, Yaga. I mean, I kept 5% because I think I can still net the desired yield off of 5% of my holding. Given the shift in liquidity, it's a more desirably sized position. You're in black and white, by the way, not sepia. If you did drop the Maillard effect reaction early on, I'd be simping for J-Roll by now. No, you wouldn't. That guy's fraudulence is so transparent, only the stupidest people in the world follow him. You only need one share for Infinity Pool, so who cares if you sodal? Yeah, exactly. That's because all 10 of J-Roll's shares are in DRS. Oh. Oh, dork. To get viewers, you probably have to lie to everybody. Hmm. My only remaining GME is in computer share because I don't know how the fuck to get it back out, and it's not enough to care. Since Super Smooth believes in real shares as opposed to fraudulent ones, just means there's more shares for them to buy. Always. There'll always be shares for them to buy. So a potential drop of the tail of the 10-year followed by a pump back to the magic yellow hedge line. Well, not necessarily a pump back. Uh, a big whiff on the 10-year could see us fail all the way down to like 45.75, which we could end up stuck at. That's like the highest. That's like the highest point of concentration of interest on the chain right now, at least locally. Besides 4600. How bad would the tail have to be? I mean, just printing a tail at all is already bad. The bigger the tail, the worse. The worse it is. Be gone with your centaur magic. Mama Yelly wants the pump pump. I think the last 10-year auction did pretty well, though. So there may be some expectation for this one to do okay. Although I think it is a little bit bigger than last time. This one's what, 30 billion? $37 billion. And the prior 10-year was... God damn it. I just forget how to find the fucking PDF on these goddamn things. There it is. The prior 10-year was 15. Or no. Yeah, 15 billion. No, 35 tendered. 35. So it's roughly the same size as the prior one. A little bigger. I really don't think there's going to be a tail. Last time there wasn't the 5 rate cut narrative, and now there is. The 10-year at 4.28. What a deal, Gherk. Who cares if the new FFR is going to be 4.5? It's not, though. It's going to be 5.33 until probably the end of 2024. The song of Glory Holes now make me wince when thinking about the song The Glory of Love from Karate Kid 2. So let's plan here on VIX shorting bounce between 12 and 13 until JPOW cuts rates, or until JPOW tells everyone he's not going to cut rates. Who cares? Also, we aim to serve our dual mandate. It's hard for poors who are poor, and inflation is hard. JPOW next meeting. I don't think JPOW cuts rates at all. I don't think he can. I don't see a path to cutting rates. Your expectations for the market reaction to CPI to be less explosive than last month, since now the healthcare changes are already accounted for, correct? Yes. Also, the expectation for headlines already at 0, so the focus is going to be on core. If headline comes in at 0.1, that's really not going to make a difference. If it comes in at negative 0.1, it's also not going to make a difference. So the entirety of the focus is going to be on core, which is expected to come in hot. Remember, there's there's a carryover effect from energy prices rising that bleeds into core over time, and so over the next couple months, we should see core rise as a reaction to the energy price increase that we saw previously. And core PCE is what the Fed is focused on actually getting down. And right now, we're at project for quarter 4, we're at projected 1.2% GDP with core PCE at 4%, right? Or core CPI at 4%, which means we're deeply in stagflation. And that's expected to persist, at least per the prior dot plot, until 2025. When GDP rises to meet core PCE at 2%. So the fact that anybody thinks the Fed is done with their mandate is fucking absurd. But this is also the 4th time the market's priced in rate cuts, and then the Fed's been like, that's not happening. And that's a byproduct of the, monetary impulse and fiscal stimulus, right? Because everyone's just sitting on too much money, and so they want to keep speculating that it's over, even though it's not. People don't like to be bearish for that long. Is that from point of view bearing with JPow's understanding or Yuda's understanding of macroeconomics? Do you want to rephrase that in a way that I can understand? And that has very little to do with the situation in Japan. I mean, it affects it, but any thoughts on Cigna and Humana not merging? Cigna upped buybacks by 10 billion. Yeah, it seems like Cigna decided to buy back their own stock instead of pushing forward with the Humana merger. Unless we dip hard with the 10-year, do you think we're going to keep pumping till the 30-year FOMC? Possibly, yeah. I mean, not really. It's not much of a pump, but yeah. The cap on this will move slightly up day by day. It's very moderate, though. Look at last week. The total returns over last week were only like 0.22. JPOW might raise right when BOJ drops the hammer. Well, he might have to. Or he'll cut rates like an idiot and really blow shit up. Like, Yuda goes to 2%, triggers a crisis, and then Powell instinctively cuts rates because, you know, that's what the Fed does when things get scary. And, and then really blows up the trade. Powell can't cut. I mean, it's just from the... It has nothing to do with Powell or Yuda. JPOW basically only follows the curve. Yeah, I mean, Yuda does too. It's just... I don't think the fact that he can't cut has anything to do with either of their macroeconomic knowledge. It just has to do with the macroeconomic situation we're in. The Fed has a goal of getting inflation to 2%. We're nowhere near that target, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if CPI comes in cool. It's still going to be up, right? I still feel like Yuda won't do anything. Well, he might not. But the longer he goes without doing something, the more he damages Japan's economy. I can't help but wonder if JPA actually knows what he's doing. I mean, he's working with a team of people that are academically informed on this stuff. And I would say most of them have a background in macroeconomics or banking. So he's getting advice from a lot of experts. That might not really mean anything in the long run, but... And again, you know, the Fed's tools aren't very refined. They're pretty blunt. They can just raise rates or offload their balance sheet harder. And offloading their balance sheet really hard would just crash the markets. So they're not gonna do that. And you know, they've raised rates to a level where they're moderate. Well, they're not really that restrictive, but as inflation falls, that rate does become more restrictive, right? And so they could just leave it there and let the rate become restrictive and tighten financial conditions on its own. And I think at this point, that's what they're hoping for, is that inflation will continue to fall while they maintain the rate. And then that rate will become more restrictive and tighten financial conditions over time. I mean, Claudia Sam's little Twitter tantrum doesn't instill a lot of confidence in economists and experts. Fair. You mean the team of Nepo babies, aka the staff? Hey, those are the future leaders of the Fed. Oh, what a fucking boring day. He's got Bernanke in his ear, man. None of this ends well. Probably not. Why was I crying? This has been nice for scalping, though, knowing we've been kind of range bound all morning. Yeah, you can play the high and low in the channel. It's just not that great. And it's choppy, so. VIX is kind of turning up a little bit here. Ben, Jerome, you've heard about this thing where you take the Fed reserve money and use these other financial instruments to, ease the markets. JPOW, say less fam, bet 100, 100. Gherkin doesn't interact with me anymore. That's not true. You haven't said anything. I spent the last 40 minutes really thinking hard, and I think the glory hole joke might be funny because it subverts expectations. I'm glad you've spent so much time on it, Brett. The cringe from that is the exact result I hope for. Well, you got it. I had to close my charts and everything. Committed to the bit. I wonder if in the next hour we're gonna trade at 4608 or 4605. QQQ so close to all-time highs. Good for it. The better question, will IWM get that glory blast to 190? It's not looking good today, right? Although I guess a little consolidation here is not too bad. Maybe. I don't like the declining volume. I just got my work holiday basket, a bunch of food, and a bottle of alcohol. Are they gonna fire me? That sounds like it. The Mag 7's getting hurt bad too. Yeah, it's Mag 7's not having a great day. With SLD coming in a few days, is there a better chance to see volatility on equities more than the indexes, or the opposite? Ideally, the opposite. I mean, if you want SLD to drive the market down, then yeah, the dispersion trade would start to move over, and we'd see like correlation pick up. Was it actually at half past the hour, not the top? I don't fucking know. I think it's at the top of the hour. Yeah, 1 o'clock. It's in consolidation. Don't you dare say distribution on IWM. It looks like distribution. Okay, I just dug myself out of Legends of the Hidden Temple rabbit hole. Did you say anything important in the last 3 hours? No. Could you peg yen to the dollar? Where would this take SPX? It would crash the markets. It would probably crash Nikkei and SPX. Or S&P. If not, the US Treasury market as well. So he'll just raise rates then. I mean, the expectation should be for him to slightly increase rates. Although any amount of tightening is impactful because of the amount of leverage, right? There's highly leveraged position. How much tightening does he need to do to protect Japan's economy? Well, I mean, the most important thing is he needs to strengthen the currency. Japan's extremely reliant on imports, and having a weak currency is very bad for them. So, I think that's the focus. I mean, their economy is not going to be destroyed, but it's future growth would be potentially seriously hampered by not taking any action. CPI pump tomorrow, then JPOW dump Wednesday. I'm not sure CPI is going to be so great tomorrow. Okay, so it's like if UTA moves from negative 1 or negative 0.1, right, to a positive 0.25% rate, that's like 350%, right? And then when you consider the amount of leverage in the trade, right, these instruments are being leveraged very, very, very hard, right? The impact of this could be very significant. These aren't simply like 1-to-1 ratio trades. These are instruments that are being deposited, which is then being compounded into short positions with leverage. And then that credit is being leveraged long. Right, so you have multiple layers of compounding leverage in this carry trade situation, and a change of 350% is enormous when you account for the leverage ratio. So even if he makes small moves, it could be disastrous. And then if he makes bigger than expected moves, woo boy. No problem, DJ Lamb. Sounds risky. Well, the alternative is borrowing at the Fed. At 5.33% to lend at what, 8%? Not possible, right? You're taking on the risk of a mortgage for a fucking 2.77% yield. Figure you're probably losing like 50 points, right?
on the back end to, you know, the originator and underwriters. So you're talking like 2.25% spread. This wouldn't be acceptable. So, you know, if they start borrowing money from the Fed, mortgage rates are going to go to like 12%. Because right now they can borrow at BOJ at negative 0.1% and lend at 8. So even with the points shaved off on the back end, they're still yielding like 7.75, right? Maybe they shouldn't sell to risky borrowers in the first place. Well, then the amount of lending they would be able to do would decrease substantially. You know, of all the people in America, only 10% or so would meet like, you know, A plus lending standards. So, you know, like 800 plus credit score, like 150K plus income with 20% down. Like, this isn't going to be the majority of your available buying pool, right? And if you're a bank and you're focused on increasing like net interest income, you want to create the uh widest spread possible so you could lend to the riskiest borrowers, right? And that allows you to ramp up your loan origination volume, which increases your net interest income over time. So you want to be able to lend to every income bracket, and you want to ensure that your spread is wide enough that you're profitable against the risk no matter what. Now, if they had to borrow from the Fed and they had to push those rates up, then yeah, they really would only be able to lend to like the top 20% of available borrowers. But with a really wide spread like they're getting from Bank of Japan, you know, they can lend to maybe 60-80% of borrowers. Straddling the 10-year in 20 minutes? Straddle? Probably not. I'll probably just buy a put and put a stop on it. Does Palantir still look poopy? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think it is poopy. What's the deal with your FXY calls? I don't know. I just want to blow some money on something. Also, we're about to reject off the top of the range. We're pretty close to resistance here. Well, we're at resistance here. So Nikkei rumor was JP White rate goes up, but without magnitude. And Bloomberg rumor came out in response to the yen spiking. I think the Bloomberg rumor is just unfounded. It's based on the findings of like, or an estimate by like 94 economists that think that Japan doesn't need to raise rates yet, right? So I don't think the Bloomberg article matters at all. Yeah, zero effect on the Bank of Japan's decision. I think the Bank of Japan announcing through Nikkei News that they were going to move to a positive rate likely means they're going to move to a positive rate. The question's just when. If the carry trade collapses and someone important needs a bailout, what affects the average American more? The Fed printing a bailout or letting the bank die? What fucks the average American more? the Fed printing a bailout. Banks should die. It's actually really unhealthy that we have companies that we don't allow to fail in order to stave off systemic risk. All of that systemic risk should blow up every 10, 15 years. It's good, healthy. New banks come in with better risk management. They don't take the same risks as their predecessors. They take all new ones. The problem with bailing them out is it allows them to just keep taking the same risks over and over again, which causes them to compound faster and faster every time. Like, there's a pretty good argument that, like, what happened in the GFC, you know, built up from like the mid 90s until 2008, right? And now we're in 2024, and we're already pretty close to the same situation, if not a worse one. New banks finding new and exciting ways to lose money. Who would have thunk that? No consequences. So Bill Huang was actually the second coming of Jesus, hedge fund Jesus. Not letting banks die ties into one of America's biggest problems, not breaking up monopolies. Yep. Hold it up long enough, more money will come in. It's not really working out too well, is it? Looks like call buying here is kind of strong. Maybe they try to pump. I don't know. 6.15 and 20 still look like dog shit, but maybe they try to pump on the. I guess we'll see. Oh, they're really not selling a lot of puts today. Any mention of what's going on with Siri? There's some covering on it, but nothing substantial yet. I think they called a meeting and told the guy selling puts that he's doing it wrong. Well, I don't know. He fucked him earlier. Like, the dipshit who sold puts here fucked everything up. When he tried to buy long at the 45.15 or 46.15. So you know you've got like a little short bus. Full of hedgies. And like one of those hedgies has to sit at the front of the bus. And like everyone's got to keep an eye on him because he keeps trying to sell puts above Vega neutral, and somehow he keeps doing it, and then he fucks everybody else over. So you know that one hedgie is, you know, he's the bus pulls over and he's stripping his pants off and running away from the teacher as soon as possible. Leroy Jenkins, exactly. To move VIG and neutral up, you buy delta, correct? That's one way. Or you sell nearer the money calls, which also no one's doing. But yeah, you would need to move delta. So and delta neutral is very far from at the money. It's way the fuck out there. Hedging bots have sponsors on, more like caretakers, risk managers, caretakers, adult babysitters. Auctions at 1, 12 minutes. Sounds exactly like Carl's going to be doing 2 weeks before he puts in his 2 weeks at Susquehanna. Well, if this pump comes in with a tail, we may drop all the way to checks notes 4,600. We could fail 4,600. It really depends on the size of the tail. If there's no tail, we're going to go to 46.25, I think. You think of any reason JPOW would be dovish, like, on Wednesday? No. If he is, he's a fucking idiot. But, I mean, well, I guess that would be the reason, because he's kind of a fucking idiot sometimes. Boop, boop, boop. What's going to be interesting here is if no tail comes in and they sell a literal fuck ton of puts, getting ready to pump the like 15, 20, 25 0 DTEs, and they just crash the fucking hedge. I would laugh. I would find that amusing. Delta looks like it's building. I mean, it's 40,000 more Delta. It's not much. I feel like the hedge fund largely understand what would cause the MM to go long Vega. No, most market participants don't care about that at all. What's up with costs? A new 52-week high every day. I mean, that's how something going up above its prior high works, AJ. Market participants, ha ha ha, funny numbers go up. They are funny numbers. Well, that doesn't look great. Hmm. Gold's down pretty hard today. Dollar's up 104.25. What do you place a stop for a vol event? Are you playing both sides or one? Do you think Yuta gets Sukuden? What? Are you trying to make like a Yuta D's nuts? Suck on these nuts? Fucking really, J Fresh? You're better than that. Anyone got any suggestions on fitness equipment? I'm not finding subscription brands, Peloton, Hydro worth it. I have a concept rower. Those are really good. She first calls e-girls eye ladies. Make a pool prediction for tail, no tail. There's not enough time. Also, none of you were bidding in the auction, so it doesn't matter. Happy birthday, Nadog's wife. Any other brands for bike or treadmill? I forgot the name of the brand of my treadmill. It's really good though. I have a soul. I have a soul F89. It's pretty awesome. SOLE. I didn't sign him with the Oxy acquisition. Did it go through, or are they still like in the process of bidding? Potential for them to pump this regardless of the print. There's some. But I think if they do, it'll fail pretty quickly. Call interest is definitely better positioned here than put interest. And they've mostly been pretty good with not selling too many puts today. At least nothing near the money. What do you think of girls who wear foxtail butt plugs? It's embarrassing. And maybe not for them, but for anybody hanging out with them. I'm out of here. Later. Right? Badger tails are way cuter. It's just hard to explain to people. And it's like a thing right now, like an unusually popular thing. The results aren't published yet. Rabbit. Oh, both sides of my position are printing. All right. 4.282, 4.296. So a little bit of a tail, not crazy fat. Slightly better bid to cover. That's about it. So point 0.14 on the tail, but a better bid to cover. So I don't really know how this is going to react. We might just blow out the calls and then drop. Not a lot of change in positioning here. Soul F80 is $1,800. I'm poor, sir. All of their treadmills are really good though. I think they have like the 63 is like $1,000. They have cheaper models. I'm a big dude. I just wanted to buy the one that I wouldn't break. All right, 45.25. Let's fucking go. But are you using it? Yeah. If I don't like get out for my daily walkings, or if it's like raining or something, I use it. I've been getting up and about quite a bit more recently, actually. That's I don't know, maybe you could get something through your like health insurance. I don't pay you to be fit. I mean, you don't fucking pay me that much, Ben. These are statements you can say when you were a pigeon whale. It's just not gonna fly on the billionaire level. You sound like you've recovered from your head cold. No, I'm still sick as fuck. Silly half pores. I don't pay you to listen to me throw a fit. Don't lie, you don't care how much pigeon whales pay either. That's not true. They get special treatment. They get the secret DDS DD. So same like free pigeon whale for life. Extra berating? Only if they ask for it. Is that it? That was the whole fucking. We gotta have more juice in the tank than that. That was fucking embarrassing. Any positional changes? Not much. Looks like calls are selling off out of the money. Hold on. Looks like the Bulls are giving up on their out of the money positioning, which makes me think even more that this is gonna drop. But it could still test 20 or 25. Oh, maybe not 25. 20? If they sell more puts, they're gonna crash the market. Yeah, they'll fuck themselves. Tricky situation. I mean, the print was bad, right? But we'll see how much of their call position they can bail out before they let it drop. It doesn't look like they're getting a lot. Fucking call side delta's fallen off fast. Maybe they don't care if they take the loss. Mm. Put interest is picking up at 15 and 10. Bot puts. Still no put selling. All right. Let's go back to 45.90 now. That'd be cool. Is it SLD this week? Are you expecting a drop? It is, not necessarily. I think much of the end of this week is going to depend on Powell. I think if Powell comes off as being dovish and he can't sell the hawkish narrative, we could get significantly more liquidity to come in and support the current level. Add the money butterflies yet? No. I don't think I'm gonna get any butterflies. Still a lot of call selling. No, still a little bit of call selling. Nothing's really changing on the put side. Maybe starting to break down a little bit here. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. It filled. I thought they canceled my order. TD order is not going through. Crime. Vol Crush, they're going to continue to walk this thing up. They didn't really crush Vol very hard. It was a fucking 13-cent move. They can't sell too many puts. Some guy sang Lucci, calling himself Wall Street Jesus, blew up a 7-figure account. Nice. Is anybody gonna roll back the rock and check on him in 2 weeks? It was a paper trading account. Usually is. How long has XRT been back on Reg Show? As far as I knew, it wasn't. Did it go back on Reg Show on Friday? No. Oh wait, 8. Sorry. It's not on Reg Show. It's on an interactive brokers Reg Show list. I'm looking at NYSE's from Friday and it's not on there. It shouldn't go on there. It's liquid as fuck right now. Hmm. Where are they buying calls? Tomorrow? Are they buying Delta? Doing smart things. Hold on. Selling in the money calls, buying 20s. Is that gonna test? Hmm. Yeah, probably not. That's when I'm holding it here to close, so that forces the straddles to not be at 4,600. Well, I don't know what they're doing, but they're closing their in the money calls right now, so that's usually not a sign that you're going to see a lot more ups. Just kind of a sign that you're going to see more chop, depending on how many of them they close. If they lose support at the level, they're fucked. But if they close them and buy Delta, they might be able to get around the Vega neutral issue. I don't see them buying a lot of out of the money calls for today, so they must be moving into them on like the 1 DT. Let me check. There's still a lot of calls right here at the money, though. I guess we could just be moving alongside those. But they've closed out on the 0 DT side, they've closed out almost all their 4,600 and about half of their 4,610s. What do we have to be below? 4,604 to move into the red? You ever been to Japass, New York? No. Pump like this before CPI seems egregious. Eh, it seemed that egregious to me. Ooh, Mag 7's getting pumped. A little bit. Well, Meta, Microsoft. How's Apple doing? Not a lot there. Amazon's getting a little bit of action. Netflix, Tesla looks like shit. RSP's at 0.8. Dixie pulled back a little bit here. But yields are still moving up at a pretty steady pace. This could keep going up forever, I guess. The boomers are right. We're fucking $2 above where we were before. You guys need to relax. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a green candle and you act like the world's over. We haven't even tested 40 fucking 620, which is the next strike. Nvidia gets a 30-day positive catalyst watch from Citi. What does that even mean? "30-day positive catalyst watch"? Dude, Tesla just dumped right there. Exactly. Sometime in the next 30 days, we're gonna pump the fuck out of this thing. Is that what that means? When's someone on the short bus gonna sell some 0DTE puts here? Oh, it means you're gonna get retail to pump it in the next 30 days. It's cool that Top's holding 90. I made money on my calls. I just think this pump seems pretty relentless. I mean, as far as I can tell, there's no pump going on. Like, the market maker hedged the 46.15s, but that's all that really happens. It looks like they're selling calls at every strike in the money and out of the money. 1 second.
Oh, busy day. Where's Pickle Jar's favorite naughty hedgie? Which one? Whoa, huge red Nvidia candle. Was it the positive catalyst? Oh fuck. That wasn't weird at all. Still a lot of call selling. Yeah, positioning on the 0 GT is collapsing, but they're buying Delta, and I'm guessing they're buying Delta on tomorrow's expiration in order to support the price. I guess they don't need to unless the 4610 starts to sell off. But the 4600 and the 4605 are almost completely sold off already. Okay, so a little bit of defensive in the money call positioning to the downside. A bunch of fucking puts at 4615 for tomorrow. So yeah, it looks like they're trying to roll. They're trying to roll their call position out. Like they're in the money call position out to tomorrow. Oh Jesus! Is this gonna how they're gonna have to try to avoid selling puts? Their confidence in no pullback is disgusting. Yeah, this is getting risky. Well, that'll be interesting if this breaks down. Because now there's some put buyers. Reverse repo at 838. Does that mean an expectation of more ups tomorrow? No. Tomorrow's CPI. So, I mean, if CPI is cool, then we'll move up. It's just very, very strange way to try to close their in the money positions without letting the price drop. But huh. Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. It's weird. It's not something I've really seen them do before. Does Fuberto have large FTDs tomorrow and Wednesday? Maybe? No? Eh. A little bit on the 14th. Which is Thursday? No, yeah, just the 14th has a few FTDs. I'm sorry, what are they doing? So
they're rolling their in the money calls out to tomorrow at, like 4600 through 4610. And then they've got a few out of the money calls for tomorrow at 4620. And then for today, they're closing. They've closed pretty much everything above 4620. Yeah, almost everything above 4625's sold off. And then yeah, they've closed most of their like 90, 95, 4600, 4605, and a big chunk of their 4610 calls. So it looks like they're just trying to keep it above 4600 into tomorrow, but it's hard to say right now because they keep selling more and more calls. No expectation of a drop? That's not necessarily true. They're weakening the downside on the 0 DTE, which means the puts that are staying on the chain are those are going to have more gamma than the calls for tomorrow, right? And so if price starts falling into those puts and they start picking up gamma, that's pretty bad for the position they're in right now. At least as far as a test of like 4600 goes. But it has to slip. Like it has to slip these levels. Which so far it doesn't look like it's gonna do. At least not right now. Or they're simply backing out of their... They could just be backing out of call positions as well. Which I suppose is the other possibility for this positioning. Is they're just trying to close as many calls as possible before letting it drop. Because they are closing a lot of calls. I mean, since the print at 1 o'clock, they've closed 330,000 delta worth of calls. I guess like 150k of that is like puts being bought, but so I guess 200 something thousand delta in calls. No, by drop I mean like 4600, maybe even just like 4605. I don't think we're really gonna lose 4600 today. Like we're past the auctions. We haven't lost it yet. My expectation would still be that we close somewhere between like 4600 and 4610. If we hold this level for another hour, then we might close between like 4610 and 4620. Maybe that was the Nvidia catalyst. Maybe, we'll see. I would say this probably goes on for like 20, 30 more minutes. Maybe even a little bit longer. Um, 50 minutes? Yeah, that seems about right. It's like, yeah, let's say like 30 to 45 minutes, give or take. This is gonna keep doing this, like chopping and repositioning. Gherkin, I'm scared. Is this going to 4,800? Not anytime soon. What Bitcoin rug pull? Bitcoin's down 7% today. Futures would probably pick up momentum under 46.15. Futures are at 46.20.75 right now. Dollars maybe picking back up. Yen's starting to lose 146.50. That's not really that interesting. Did any of the COVID crash bounces get this overextended? All of the COVID crash bounces were overextended. These are nothing. This whole run is nothing in comparison to that shit. You're talking about way different volume and volatility profiles than what we're seeing here. The first COVID, if I remember correctly, the first COVID bounce was like it was almost 10% in 3 days. And when it after it bottomed, the bounce out of the bottom was 20% in Monday to Monday, I think. So over 5 trading days, up 20%. Yeah, VIX was sky high. But I mean, today we're up 30 BPS, right? Which isn't very fucking impressive. And today's range should be, roughly 30, like 33, something like that. $75. Let's fix that. VIX is at like 1250. It's like 78 BPS. I guess would be the. My pitch shudder at the thought of a bounce like that. Are they going to take profit on these things anytime soon? They've been taking profit. They're just taking profit and rolling it out to calls for tomorrow. So this would be a confirmed breakdown on Fubo? Not until it gets below $3. Bounces like that pay to have one $50 out of the money call open that prints 10 grand. Yes, as a matter of fact. Still got like 25 to 40 minutes before anything changes here. Ooh. There's a little bit of put buying going on. It's not a lot, but there's a little bit. Like 60,000 delta. Momentum's not even gonna reverse until 25 to 50 minutes. Well, it's like 20 to 40 now. It was 25 to 50, but now it's like 20 to 40. 20, well, 20, 35. Alright. Level by motherfucking level. Yep. Well, they got the 20s, and that's kind of the top of the call interest for tomorrow's expiration. It's not the top for today, but it's pretty close to the top for their positioning tomorrow. That was fucking grindy. It's 25. Alright, so we fall back to 15. 15's almost all puts for tomorrow. And then 10, 5, and 4,600 are defensive. This market's ridiculous, and I love it. It's kind of boring. I think if we break down, 4605 is about as low as we go. Probably, yeah. Not that we could test 4,600, but it's a stretch. Well, that's if we break down, which we're nowhere near doing yet. If it breaks down, it's gonna have to be on the back of the money, the rest of the money calls capitulating, or capitulation on the delta tomorrow. I suppose that could happen if people move into hedge CPI into close, and we start to see puts come in. We're starting to see a few puts come in, just not a lot. I think 4630 is the level they're targeting. No. Not particularly. You'd figure that their target would be 4650 after 25. Provided they could get 25, which I don't know if they're going to get today. So if 25 collapses... Okay, here's some 0 DTE call buying. Sell some puts, you bastards. Are we breaking down? They're trying to stop it, but a little. Yeah, they're trying to buy some calls to stop it. I think my food's here. Give me 1 second. Watch for a break of if we lose 15, that could be significant. I'll be right back. When dump acceleration, not unless we're under 45.15 or 46.15. Siri broke $5. Cool. Hmm. Oh man, if Siri would break 6, that would be fucking dope. It doesn't seem like we're gonna pull back today. Why? Price target after 6? Oh, I don't give a shit if it goes higher than 6. I just want it to hit 6. So I have a 46.20 and a 46.15. Am I the reason for the chop? I mean, you're a terrible person. Yeah, they can still buy puts for tomorrow. We have not seen an excessive amount of put buying to lock in any neutral positioning yet. We may not. Sometimes that shit doesn't come until the pre-market, but... I hate QQQ. No. Yeah. Why? Ooh. Oh, sorry. Wait, Discord's not muted. Huh. That's curious. I don't see any substantial effort to close out the 46.25s, which makes me think they're sold. There's a little bit of call buying here, but it all appears to be at 46.20. Tacos. That's a nice flavor. Damn straight Taco Squire Gordon. 46.10 on the table if this fails. So there needs to be two things need to happen, right? Either calls that are in the money, 0DT calls need to capitulate, which they have been to some degree, but it's been mostly buoyed by continuous buying on tomorrow's expiration, or puts need to come in for neutral positioning into CPI. I think those are the two things that can pull back on this. Right now, we're still floating on a little bit of upside momentum. It's not a lot of momentum, which is pretty obvious, but there's a little bit of it. How's Nvidia looking? I was kind of in and out of the shit with it earlier. It still looks like it hasn't broken 470. So not crazy bullish. Unless Nvidia breaks 470, it's just not bullish. No problem, Sasso. Pump incoming. Well, something's got to give here. Chasing beyond still looks like a big mistake, but good luck. I would still wait a few days. It's still on reg show. It's not like there's a rush. Those typically don't buy back till Wednesday, right? It depends on how far the price drops. If you lose like 3% in a day, you're definitely going to see sold calls buy back. Put in flops. Big ES rejection. 46.2375. Ooh, nice. Whew, that is hot. Habanero. $46.50 going to FOMC, and I quit until the 18th.
Don't buy the dip, you fucks. You're pretty hot in there. Maybe take your shirt off. You know what? You're right. Great idea. Thank you, Taco Squire. No, I'm good now. I don't want to get cold. I'm still sick. 20 people popped over from the Discord. What are your thoughts on RSI on futures? Price up, RSI down. I have no idea. I'm not looking at it. Oh. Okay, I got it pulled up here. What speed do you have it on? I guess it doesn't matter. So what you're seeing there, some people say that's bearish divergence, um, which is horseshit. It's just an effect of how the math is done on the smoothing. So basically, price is increasing with less momentum than price has increased during the prior rolling period, like during your look back period. And so you're seeing the average of RSI adjust to that. This is why it's garbage. BTU CSP is risky here. How much time? I think we'll be under 4,500 by next Wednesday. Ooh, I want 4,420. Gherkin, don't let them buy the dip. How am I supposed to stop them? Also, it hasn't been. It's not time yet. We're getting close, but it's not time yet. Still like 10. No, there's still like 10 more minutes. This isn't going to break down today, is it? Not substantially. So if you're hoping for like 45.90, probably not. If you're hoping for like 45.10 or 45.05, maybe. $46.10. I mean, if you want to buy 45.10 puts, be my guest, but it's not going to work out well. Hmm. You know, I'm actually not sure if momentum on a breakdown here would be that bad. Yeah, it is. Never mind. Just sucks. I've been sitting here with 46.20, 46.15 debit spreads. I'll take the higher probability small victory. Yeah, it's nice. Bear debits. Look at the order he wrote them in. You know there's... God damn it. Never mind. Why the fuck is VIX going up? They're not squeezing anything here, right? I think they're selling 46.10 weeklies. Puts? They're not.
7 minutes? Sure, that's right in the middle. They're not selling puts after Gherk shamed and humiliated them. Well, it was really stupid. No, I think they realized when they blew up the first several $1,000,000 that they were fucking up. No, I was having tacos. What the fuck would I be eating a pierogi for? How does one determine bullish or bearish confirmed price levels on a stock, e.g., Nvidia or Tesla? You mean, how do I do it? Or how can you do it? Those are two questions. One of those questions I can answer, the other I can't. You mean a Polish calzone? They're not really calzones. They're more like Polish gyoza. No thanks, Joe Rowe. What kind of tacos? They were carne asada with salsa verde. They weren't bad, just overpriced. It's good though. I didn't eat yesterday, so. Can you teach us about proper taco evaluation? If they're more than $5, they probably don't taste good. If they're more than $15, they probably taste good, but they're going to be super tiny. If they're under $4 and you're buying them in California off the street, they're probably adequately sized and amazing. No worries, Pterodactyl. No eating, no sleeping. I can't believe you're still sick. I took vitamins. Just use price and volume profiles, hamburger helper. Overpriced tacos. Oh man, I know the pain. Oh wait, not. We have delicious cheap tacos. Not in fucking Irvine, you don't, asshole. You have to drive 40 minutes to get delicious cheap tacos. You didn't need to time him out for that, Carl. Now he can't respond. Now you're ruining my fun. Exactly, some guy, James. Exactly. Vitamins? Next you're going to be charging moon crystals? Pfft, who said I haven't? Carl, I'm going to time you out. What's up, John? What's wrong with Del Taco? Everything. No, that's not true, actually. Green sauce spicy jack quesadillas when you're shit-faced drunk are actually phenomenal. You made me hungry for tacos, and my only option is now Taco Bell. I hate you. Not true. Actually, Taco Bell is not an option. Where can we actually see downside this week now? Tomorrow, inflation data, JPOW. Rest seems like not enough to get it under 4,600. That's two separate events. And then, you also have the AM expiry Friday of SPX contracts, which should see about 35 billion in charm fall off, which currently is supportive. Oh, there it is. There's the momentum shift has occurred. Let's see if something happens. Glonk, I asked you a question. What was it? Oh, shit. That's not a question. That's a statement. What's the difference between green sauce, red sauce at Del Taco? I think, well, I don't know if their green sauce is actually made with tomatillos. It's been 3 hours and I haven't heard back about another interview. Should I give up on that job? That seems like way too long. If they didn't offer it to you on the spot, Carl, it's clearly not for you. Del Taco better than Taco Bell? Yes. I know the bar is low, but I've never had it. Yeah, it's better. Taco Bell went downhill when they got rid of the grilled stuffed burrito 15 years ago. Was that it? Maybe. We'll see if it continues. I mean, that's just the reversal point in the momentum. So now we gotta find out how fucked they are, or if they can buy themselves out of it. But it's a start, right? It can either accelerate from here or not. Taco Bell chicken quesadilla is still good. Fuck all the haters. For real, on God. Taco Bell is foul. I can't eat that shit. I know you love it, Dork. I wish, I wish I could love it too, but I can't. Can you tell my girl Nina she has the #1 pork pie ham flour? No cap. We had a job interview with someone today named Carl, and he put you down as a reference. Care to tell us about him? He's an egomaniacal narcissist with low testosterone and a cuckold fetish. He loves 0 DTEs and drinking cheap wine. He would make an excellent addition to your risk management team. Because the only thing he cares about is making other people's lives slightly worse. And that's what risk managers do. He has no weaknesses. He's already lost everything. Okay, Dork doesn't eat Olive Garden. Uh, Kenny, careful. Don't sell too many puts. Imagine being in Citadel right now and being like, can somebody fucking call 2 Sigma and tell them to stop selling the 4600? Now that's a risk manager, one that's literally seeing all the risk that exists. If Jork came out to New York City to visit you, where would you take him for dinner? All the fanciest restaurants. I would wine and dine him till he surrendered to me. So Taco Bell. Sir, 2 Sigma went for martini lunch again. Don't waste Jean-Georges on Dork. We can take him to Per Se. I'll take him to the chef's table at Brooklyn Fair and see if they'll recreate his chicken quesadilla, but like stick a fucking piece of like gold wrapped cheese in it. Let's put cute hats on our peeners. I mean, yes. Take him to Keen's and make him eat the lamb mutton. No. I don't like that place. I think it's fancy because it's in Times Square. Why did I try to trade this? Holy God. It's like no one listened to the stream yesterday where I was like, I'm going to buy debit spreads first thing tomorrow morning for the upside, and then I'm just going to intermittently buy puts in between. And that's been the way. For real. If Times Square is what he's after, take him to the 2 Starbucks that are at the same intersection. Okay. Take him to Murray's Cheese. Ooh. Didn't you buy bear calls? Sold bear calls. Bought bull call spreads. So that I can make money while they slowly grind it up into the market maker's resistance all week. There are 2 Starbucks on every intersection in New York City. Yeah, there's a few locations that are shockingly close to each other. Scour the Midwest and find a regional Chuck E. Cheese that serves spaghetti. I'd rather find a sit-down Pizza Hut with a buffet. This breakdown is painful. As long as it keeps breaking down, I don't care how painful it is. It's if it stops breaking down that it becomes a problem. Which could definitely happen. Although I do like the look of the momentum in the longer time frames. You know, like chili, it's an honest food. One look at it and you're like, yep, that's what it'll look like afterwards. It's also because the casing on the beans isn't really very digestible. But yeah, that's correct. There's one of those Pizza Huts in Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. There's a bunch of those around still, I think. Shaken. They're all trash, turd. Corn's pretty honest. Can you give us some copium by talking about what the piece of shit pumpers will do if Japan raises rates? I mean, their positions would probably collapse. That depends on how much they raise rates. We'll see how prepared they are. They've got plenty of warning. It would rip if they sold puts before now. It's untradeable. Yeah, this is actually just garbage at this point. Time for another support call. Tell the market to crash, please. Uh Rip tiny downside momentum. How dare you? Wait, which one was it? Was it this one or this one? I can't remember. I think it was this one. Or it was like here when it started. What time is that? 4:35. Yeah, so it was like right there. Is Dork a phone sex operator? Yes. Yeah, put it in. Excuse me? I mean, put it into standby to see if that resolves the issue. Thoughts on Nvidia getting back above 470 this week? Same like data dependent and SPX. Nice dip this morning. Um, yes. Yeah, it's pretty data dependent. There's also well, there's a decent number of sold calls at 470 and 75. So those will have to get what is left on the chain will have to get pressured out. Some of those got closed earlier today. partially during that turnaround, but there's still some left there. And unless it gets above and holds above 470, it doesn't really have any solid momentum to the upside. Once it does, then you're looking for those short calls to squeeze out. If that were to happen, though, I would say it's more likely to happen sooner rather than later. What would be the biggest factor for CPI if it prints hot tomorrow? Core. Core is the most important part. What's up, Dork? Yeah, I know. What do you got, Carl? Why are you linking that? What has to happen for us to break out of this upside drift purgatory? Vol needs to go up, or we need to lose 45.50. No, to be honest, I really don't think the market maker would want to lose. I don't even think the market maker would want to lose 4,600, but 4,550 is a much bigger deal. We're trying to reverse the momentum. Fucking cucks. Well, okay, that'd be cool. All I want for Christmas is to close below 46.15 today. You could get your wish. I don't think closing like at 46.10 isn't even that far out of the question. They're really trying to stop the reversal in momentum here, but it doesn't appear that all of their call buying is having any effect, which is interesting. I'm not really sure the mechanic behind that, but they're buying a lot of calls. They've been buying a lot of calls, and it's not doing anything. Like, they're buying a lot of the, like, 46.15s. Yeah, almost to the point where the 46.15's outnumbering the 46.20, and just the market maker keeps selling into them. Oh, get actually fucking wrecked, nerds. I guess someone sold one too many puts. Is your buddy still on your couch? Yeah. I think he gets a moving truck this weekend. But in retaliation, he's gotten sick. So war, uncertainty, fear, Frags Day, stagflation, fear. Alright, relax. Don't stop till 46.05. Alternatively, buy the fuck out of the dip at 46.15. Then capitulate on that. Then buy the shit out of the 46.10, capitulate on that. And then we can close at 46.12. Is he moving in with one of the OnlyFans girls? No, just by himself. No, the cat doesn't like him. Scratched him twice. These guys deserve Basel 3. Not gonna lie. They need it because they can't fucking manage their own risk. His escapades? Really, Maeve? Dear Bulls, fuck off. Sincerely, Dork. They're never gonna fuck off. They're never gonna give you up. They're never gonna let you down. That's the part that mattered. This is the cash grab. Oh, damn. It's just not worth it. Why did you do that to everyone's brands? Might as well just say Siri, Google, Alexa, play Never Gonna Give You Up. Yeah, I'll do that next time. 46.25 end of day. Well, look at Mr. Bullish over here. Going back down now? Hopefully. Is that a song? I don't know. An hour ago, all Popcorn was doing was crying about green. And here we are. Do you even have time to break down from 46.15? I mean, I mostly care about 46.15. But, I mean, I guess. No. Robbed. Haha. Can you tell Larry it's okay if vol goes up a bit? We aren't all the men we were in our 20s, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're testing 4607 before a close. A little ambitious, but maybe. Continued failure here could be a good sign. At least I like the way that looks. I'll pull back to VWAP on QQQ. Possibly. $4,600, then bounce to 4625. Ooh, yeah. That's a real one. Doing that thing again where they're buying the ever-loving fuck out of the calls. 4615 puts have increased moderately. Oh no, they're selling puts. That's a mistake. Pick a 15-minute for expiration strike for me to buy. Isn't it very regarded for them to position themselves at the very tippy top of the call chain going into FOMC? Or it gives them a lot of room to de-risk. Palantir sell a 1750 18C for December 22nd. Seem fine with Palantir's current situation. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. It's what? 1750? 55? Give me a second. No. Well. $17.50, 18. If it broke down at 17.75, maybe. I don't like all the theta. That's a lot of theta. Might be too much theta. Those are fucked. Yeah. $3.15 right now. Call capitulation. 25 is being sold. I might not sell them till after JPOW. If I do sell before, I'll do December 15th. But closer strikes like 18, 1850. Oh, okay. And keep an eye on your risk reward there. You don't want it to fall too far below like 40%. That fucking dip buying is unreal. Hmm. There's just not enough time for that. Yes, double top. That was pretty quick. Triple top. So this fails. Hmm. It was a fucking weak breakout. $6.18. Support would be at 46.15. Well, I guess 18.50 and 15. Was this FOMC by like J-Pow Jackson Hole event? No. No, this is far less important than Jackson Hole. There is a dot plot. The dot plot's released on Wednesday. Boobies. Yes, Carl. How are top tips looking? Like they're still not covering anything. What's up with Jimmy's Jan 19, 127.50 open interest at 11,213 sold. Sold calls on IV spikes. Or part of a replicating basket for volatility or variance swaps. I think there are any glory holes in Jackson's hole? Probably. Makes sense. Maybe I should sell Vega Leaps. SVX 12KC inbound. Gross. We're gonna close here, aren't we? Not necessarily. We could kind of close at any price between here and I think like 46.10. There's a slim chance that it sells off further, but if it does, I feel like it'll bounce back before close. Is there any way to have anticipated this pump and gradual drop on Netflix? I don't know. No? Seems like it mostly came in during the pre-market. It's kind of got a bump and run thing going on. So I guess that might have told you something, but not necessarily that it was going to just realize the entirety of its upside bounce at once. However, breaking down from here, if it retests the trend, that's extremely bearish. Okay, they're definitely buying the fuck out of the dip again. Under four. Well, I need under 417.33, which might not happen. However, NQ looks significantly more bearish, with far more range to the downside. Well, at least into close. We're going to plummet to 45.90, 70 minutes after Fidelity force closes my puts. Probably, yeah. Haven't we been opening Franken spreads lately? Isn't a flat market good for those? No. Those are good in trending markets. A whole lot of VIX shorting. I'm going to sell an SPX spread and shower. Buy your call soon. Oh, looks boring. Ah, another day of mostly trading in a $5 range. Glorious, fun, enthralling. At least we have some like big data shit the next couple days. That'll be cool. No, QQQ is not cash settled. Neither is SPY. Do hedge funds and primes have a lot of resources dedicated to determining an estimated CPI PPI compared to forecasts? Some. I mean, it's definitely some research done. That was a big old candle. Keep selling off futures. That's the most volume you've had in 2 hours. Destroy the bulls. Crush them. Is it? Yeah, there's other cash settled instruments. NDX, XSP, there's a bunch of like shitty little ones. RUT. Bear's trying to grab the bulls with butterfingers. It's hard to stop a stampede. Now, instead of bouncing for the 9th time, how about you fail? Ooh, they're not buying calls on this dip. Well, not hard. That's exciting. Is this the one prophesized? Oh shit, that little green candle's getting smaller. It's red. Who are the short vol entities? Is it anyone with too much risk to the downside so they all help out? Or a big whale or two others just to follow their wake? I mean, I think as far as broad put selling goes, it's basically just everyone. The specific like VIX short 0 DTE dynamic is well extremely well coordinated, so not likely to be a huge number of participants, but maybe a few. Hmm. Come on, fucker. They caught the knife again. They're trying to, but their ability to catch the knife diminishes as delta on out of the money calls starts to fall off. Multiple entities colluding? Not directly. There can be like tacit collusion between like ODE algorithms, depending on, but they're bounded by like Nash equilibria. So depending on the tick size and the instrument, there's a limited amount of profitability available there, no matter how many participants there are. I mean, I have a couple out of the money puts, but I don't expect them to print. I'm more worried about my spreads. Most of my spreads are doing okay, but I sold these a little too early. And I'm really getting to the point where I'm either going to close them at a slight loss or full profit. Futures, I think, has a very good chance to continue selling off here. Although this has been one hell of a support today. That looks kind of good. Nice, Dork. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. You said words that make sense, but not in the order you said them. Okay. I want a full-blown reversal on the day. Down to below open. Probably not. I'm gonna be very surprised if we even break 46.16.54. I think the chances of that, I mean, like that can extend right down to like 13, or maybe we fill the downside gap, but I don't think it's going to extend a lot. Still call profit taking. there should still be a small amount of downside momentum left. I guess we want to see futures stay below 46.21 and then break back below 46.1950. Beyond kind of doing a thing, options getting priced back up. It's doing okay today, but it's still being shorted pretty heavily, and there's not a lot of covering going on. Also, delta neutral moved up after expiration last week. Usually I like to hold them until they're worthless, but not today. Nice, man. No, they got too much momentum there. God, that's fucking annoying. Chart frozen? No. Oh, this line's a little off. Oop. Son of a bitch. Hmm. Still a lot of puts for tomorrow at 46.15. It seems like that's the straddle point. Yeah. They don't want to close to the downside of the straddle, which is interesting. $19 left. That upside move looks like it's about blown out. So reject again. I guess we have increasing vol a little bit. We'll need a higher high there, though. Okay, that is a higher high. There.
Oh, fuck, it's been a long day.
Because their downside positioning to support a dump is CPI is hot. If CPI is hot. Yes. For tomorrow's expiration, there's a decent amount of puts between like 46.15 and 45.60. Beyond that, not a lot.
Damn it. Hmm. Okay.
CPI estimates for tomorrow: 3% JP Morgan, 3% Morgan Stanley, 3% Visa, 3% Wells Fargo. Okay. That's headline, not core, but will my 10 950 beyond calls make me a millionaire? Probably not. Yeah, I agree. They're probably not going to get a close over 20, but I'd much prefer them to get a close under 15.
Hmm. Interest at 15 is picking up a little bit. This is total bullshit. It's annoying, yeah. Oh, fuck. 58,000 puts. No, 58,000 put volume, I guess. This would have been so much better if this had just trended back to VWAP. What's MQ look like at the end of the day here? Neither of these look particularly bullish technically going into tomorrow morning. What a day. Yeah. Yeah, RSP's up like 82 BPS, and it's just been flat since like 11 o'clock this morning. And then all of the Mag 7 are doing super shitty. Sell off. There you go, more volume. $10 left. Does anybody know what the MOC is? Thanks. 1.9 billion sell side. It's not very much. It's all about keeping those 46.15 puts out of the money. Seems like a stupid struggle at this point, though. Everything's perfectly fine. Only direction is up. Well, till it's not. Yeah. $8 left. Beyond $10 end of day. Ooh, maybe. Interesting. What the fuck was delta neutral again today? I moved hard. DN's at 1096. Oh, it broke gamma neutral. Interesting. You're gonna be fucking shitting me. Hmm. Bro, I'm hyped for Beyond next week. Yeah. If it breaks DN this week, that's crazy. There's some rowdy candles. There's sure something. Okay, futures just tested 46.2450. What's the top of the trend again? Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's just unrelenting. Whoa, keeps going. Okay. Tomorrow's expiration, maybe? Lame. Squeeze out sold calls into close? No, I think they're just buying the 25 for tomorrow. Yeah. I don't think they're going to squeeze out the sold calls there. Look at the Palantir reversal on the day. Why does everyone keep asking me about Palantir? It looks like it broke back up through resistance and failed. Looks like it's going back down again.
I swear to God, if they put my fucking 46.25s in the money, Dirk, I'm gonna be actually throw a shit fit. Do I get the loan from a bank and tell her to fuck off? Probably a better idea. What should be the top? Well, at least on EOS. Somebody sell this fucker off. Oh, okay. Now the market's closed. Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, that could have been way worse. I need to not sell so many of those. All right. So we finally rejected off of the upper trend, but it took us just about all day to fucking tap it. Closing above the bull confirmed today means that the majority of put side neutral positioning is fairly far out of the money. I would say that if we get a cool CPI print tomorrow, expect them to try to gap it up. 46.50 maybe. You look stressed. I sold like 500 46.25 30s, so yeah. And not for a lot of money. How much would you have lost if it went in the money? Well, if we closed at 45.30, or 46.30, so it would have been 450 a contract, like 200 grand. I would have been mostly hedged, but it would have sucked. Well, I have debit spreads open at 4600, 4650 for this Friday. So that would have covered, well, a chunk of it, but then I would need it to go even further. I would have lost most of my profits from them. So that would have sucked, but fortunately, no. Anyway, I'd expect us to moderate back down towards the like SPX 4620, 4615 level overnight. Mostly just because we're really blown out on one side of the neutral positioning, and they'll probably spend most of the night jockeying to get back into place. Dixie up 9 basis points. Yields pushed down across the board for the most part. They were performing a lot better earlier today, and then kind of that end of day pump, we see yields drive down pretty hard. Correlation, we're starting to see turn back around with 3-month correlation retesting that bottom. 1-month correlation still really far from where we peaked back on like November 17th, but definitely also turning around. So we're seeing a little bit more aggression in the volatility short. USD JPY, that's too long of a time frame. Hold on. So we're starting to see that rebound ever since yen kind of blew out on Friday. But we are seeing the forward returns on volatility get very, very close to that neutral point. And that's going to push up yields. If it crosses over, that's going to start to pull on yields and increase demand for tail risk hedging. Because the forward returns on tail risk hedging will be positive. So, but getting close, yeah. So that forward convexity still keeps picking up. Picked up quite a lot today. And as we move into the VIX expiration, we'll see more of that, which is not tomorrow, Wednesday. The VIX expiration is Wednesday morning. And then that's about it. GME still looks super liquid and shitty. Once the Friday 15 calls give up, which they haven't yet, but they will because they're already unprofitable, that'll open up some more of the downside range to delta neutral, which is around 14. Once it loses 14, it's pretty free and clear to just keep dropping. Upstart didn't have super hot day, but is still kind of chopping around above Gamma Max. Fubo pulled back a little bit today. It's getting shorted a little more aggressively. They take advantage of that slight dip in Russell earlier in the day to really bring the price down. Siri ran a little bit today, almost back above the trend. From a liquidity standpoint, not a lot of actual covering being done, but a little bit. And most of it in the early part of the day. But it did close above $5, which is significant. Top still getting shorted, despite the obvious lack of liquidity here. They are shorting really hard. So maybe that we don't see top run till after OPEX, and they lean into this short a little harder over the next like 4 days. Beyond actually started running today, and despite the clearance of liquidity that they've got for this period, it looks like options demand picked up. So this may keep running. It closed above gamma neutral for the first time, which is moderately significant. Delta neutral's still up around $11. This is still on reg show. The majority of forced covering due to reg show doesn't come until next week, so it'll be interesting to see if they are able to control the price on it well enough to keep it from blowing up. But if it runs really hard while it's on reg show, that could be a significant problem, not only due to the lack of available liquidity. The borrow fees in the lending pool are quite high, and it forces the market maker to create synthetic shares in order to appropriately delta hedge, which has a reflexive effect and causes gamma squeezes. So yeah, that one's kind of interesting. We'll see that, guys. I picked up a little bit of exposure tonight. If they kill it into the morning, I'll drop it and wait. But if it's got that much pressure that it's running on a day when there was less than 100,000 shares of forced covering, it might really start running. Yeah, I think that's about it. So for tomorrow, we're looking at CPI coming in the morning. I think the analyst expectations about 3%, which means headline coming in at -1 or -0.1 month over month. I think that's probably going to be closer to 0 or 0.1. If it comes in at 0.1, then inflation will be at 3.2. But headline doesn't really matter here. Oil prices are back down, so we should see the creep in headline die off. And then also the repricing in medical costs lasts, as of the last report, until 2024 is going to be disinflationary. However, core is expected to go up. Core CPI is expected to rise by 0.3 month over month, with Cleveland Fed expecting almost 0.4. 0.3 and 0.4 are both hot. Any print over 0.168 on core CPI is hot. And so, since that is the primary focus of the Fed's higher for longer policy in dealing with that sticky price index, where we're not really seeing inflation moderate nearly as fast as we are on headline. The effect of that is going to be that some repricing, if it does come in hot, that some repricing occurs in the federal funds futures. It really depends on how much. I don't expect we'll see a ton of repricing until after JPOW speaks, but we could see a little, and that could pull our prices back towards the 4,600 level. But I still think we're going to kind of hold 4,600, 4,620 around there into JPOW's speech. So it may cause a pullback in the morning, but don't expect it to persist or last. It'll probably resolve itself with some profit taking on the put side and then bounce right back if it is even hot. And if core and headline are cool, which I highly doubt happens, but there is some chance, like a 10% chance that they both come in cool. Expect a gap up 46.50. We'll have a hard time holding that level simply because it's both right below gamma max and significantly above the market maker's Vega neutral, but it should at least be able to hold 30 for the rest of the day, I would say. So if we do get a scenario where we gap up, expect tomorrow to be very flat or grindy, similar to today. If we drop tomorrow morning, expect a bounce. And if we go up a little bit tomorrow morning, but if we fail to gap up, like we just move up to like 46.25, we'll probably also have a pretty choppy day. So not a lot of super interesting outcomes. I guess, as far as trading goes, obviously the hot core print with a pullback to like 4,600 and then a bounce back to 46.25-ish would probably be the easiest one to trade. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All right. Good night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's mayonnaise